Hello! Hello, my fellow moonbeams. I have a confession to make. I've become addicted to kettle popcorn. I have had so many bowls this morning. I'm about to turn into a popcorn myself. How's everybody doing, though? Crunch, crunch, crunch. Kettle popcorn is bomb. I can't blame you. Yes. Excuse me. It's my first time having it. It's a sweet and salty flavor, and I'm like, oh no. I just can't stop. Hang on, I'm finishing the last little bit in the bowl. But happy Saturday, everyone. How y'all doing? Hope everyone's having a good day. I hope y'all had good Fridays if you did stop by yesterday. And hopefully, your skin is clear, your crops are growing, and all that good stuff. You're doing great. You had a good Friday, you would say? That's nice. Excellent. Excellent. Pep's meowing at me still, girl. Girl, why? Why? I just gave you food. Cats, man. So how's Dee Dee's day going? Day's going pretty good. One sec. There we go. Whoops. Oh gosh. Shoot. Hang on one sec. I knocked over my water bottle. Fortunately, was not a big spill because it's the type that has a straw. So not much came spilling out. Okay, we're good. Well, my day's going great other than that. What was it? I woke up way too early because the cats were being pests. And then I fell back asleep until like 9 a.m. So, you know, pretty nice eepies. Makes me laugh. Hang on, the water bottle keeps knocking over. Why? Suddenly it's like top heavy and it won't stay. Like you nudge it just a bit and it's like whoop, there it goes. All right. Move it to the other side of the desk then. Ay. But yes, as I was saying, I had originally planned to go grocery shopping today, and it's funny how your brains, interpret things sometimes. Because I don't know about you guys, but it's like if I have other stuff happening in the day, sometimes I'm like, oh, no. The day ends at 6 p.m. We don't do anything after 6 p.m. It's like, she's like, shoot, I'm not gonna have time to go grocery shopping before stream. Guess I don't go grocery shopping. It's like, Diana, the stores are open until 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. depending on which one. No, we can't. We can't go to the store at 8 p.m. What? No, that's the forbidden hour. Well, we'll be eaten alive. It's like, why, brain? Why are you like this? Why is 8 the forbidden hour? Yeah. Again, it's funny how our brains are sometimes. It's like, no, the executive dysfunction says we can't we can't run errands after 4 p.m. Otherwise, we'll spontaneously combust. It's like, Diana, it's fine. The stores are still open. You can still go. No. We can't do that. We can't do that. Reminds me of when a friend used to invite me out spontaneously, and he assumed the reason I kept turning him down is because I didn't like his company. I'm like, no, man. You message me after I've already had a shower, take off my makeup, and I've put on pajamas. I'm not going back outside again. If you message me at, 3 p.m. going, hey, as an FYI, I'm thinking of doing something tonight. Like, are you up for it? Then I can mentally prepare myself and not immediately, put on pajamas when I get home. Some people are like, oh shit, well, yeah, I just showered. Give me an hour to get ready. I'm like, no, I already showered. I'm not leaving the house anymore. I'm not leaving the house unless it's on fire. That's fair, honestly, yeah. It's just how I am. It's just how my brain works. Especially after a long day at work. And this was when I still lived around Toronto. So after work, I would have to get on the commuter train and commute back for anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour and a half, depending if I was lucky to catch the express train. So it's after all that, I'm like, yes, I'm ready to relax. And I'm an introvert. So it's you want me to go and be social? After all that, after I'm already in relaxation mode? No, it's not happening. So yeah, the friends started giving me more of a heads up. And guess what? I started accepting invitations to hang out more often. It's like, buddy, you're an extrovert. You don't understand. You don't get how it is. Especially, when it's the extrovert, it's like, hey, we're gonna drive around and we're gonna meet up with a bunch of my friends that you don't really know, and we're gonna have dinner, and then maybe we'll spontaneously decide to go bowling. I'm like, this is too much. It's like, this is too much. I thought we were just gonna go to the mall, and I'm like, cool, I can buy more manga. Now it's turned into a whole escapade. I'm bowling at 10 p.m. What the heck? Know that feeling too well? Yeah, I figured you would understand my plight. Now, that doesn't really happen since I moved here, mostly because there's not a ton of entertainment stuff to do after, like, 8 p.m. that isn't drinking the movies. There's some arcades and bowling alleys and stuff, but, like, you know, that's about it. So still options, but yeah. We're all old now, and I'm like, nah. My manager was like, are you doing anything for Halloween? Are you going out? I'm like, no. I'm like, I might see if friends want to do something. As I'm like, I can't tell her that I'm just going to play video games for an audience of like 10 people. And she's like, oh, well, if you're gonna play games, maybe you could try this one. And she's describing like some spoken word card game. I'm like, oh, no. I was talking about video games. But you're very sweet. How are you more boring than I am and you're younger than me, ma'am? Sometimes I'm like, how do people work until like 8, 9 p.m. and then I'm like, oh, they don't have a life. Like, you know, they're married, but they don't do anything. They don't have kids, so they don't spend time with their kids. They're like, I'm bored of TV. I'm just gonna answer all my emails. It's like, please get a hobby. Pick up a book. Learn to knit. Something to enrich the quality of your life and your work-life balance. Like, no wonder you're so stressed out. I work late sometimes. Do I not have a life? You go on dates, so yes, you absolutely have a life. But my point is, my joke was the people who always work late. Like, there's a difference between working late sometimes because something happened or there's a big project, and then there's the people who just constantly are sending work emails at 9 p.m. when it's not, like, you know, an emergency. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like, one of the... So, at the apothecary, we're split up into teams, right? My team leader sent a message that was like, hey, by the way, I'm gonna be off tomorrow, aka Friday. Here's what's going on, like, blah, 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 blah. And she sent the message at, like, 9 p.m. I'm like, what are you doing working at 9 p.m.? Stop that. I remember one time I was doing overtime to help deal with the extra emails. That overtime pay must be crazy. Generally, you have to apply specially for overtime, and they don't allow it. That's what's especially crazy. These people are doing this for free. That's why I have the joke, they don't have a life, or like they're just way too committed to their work. Free? Uh-huh. You can't just spontaneously be like, oh yeah, I did extra work on XYZ day, here's my timesheet. They won't approve that unless you got permission in advance. So when I see these emails at 9 p.m., I'm like, I know there's a very high chance you did not get prior approval, because the only time they've approved overtime is like when we were drowning so bad in applications that we were like 3 weeks behind, and that was like the only time they approved overtime. And even then, like, there was a long weekend holiday coming up, and overtime on a holiday is extra pay, right? Like it's like 2 times. They wouldn't allow us to work on the holiday. They're like, oh yeah, you can do overtime on the Saturday and Sunday, but you can't do it on the Monday because we want you guys to actually rest. I'm like, you liars. You just don't want to pay all that extra money. You're not fooling anybody. Because, like, before, like, I've done overtime pay on a holiday for another job. And they were like, yes, we will pay the overtime pay on the holiday because we're desperate to get this backlog cleared. This time, they're like, oh, yeah, we just want you guys to relax. It's like, you liar. Liar, liar, pants on fire. I mean, like, you might be genuine and actually want people to have time to relax. But let's not beat around the bush. The higher-ups denied the request because of too much money. But yeah, that's why whenever like I see the managers and stuff like that doing work after hours and I can tell it's not an emergency, I'm like, y'all, no. Because like when I did public relations, like media relations stuff, there was an expectation that it's like, okay, like you don't have to be glued to your phone after hours, but check it periodically in case there's an urgent situation and if there is triage. So, you know, there was no expectation to get overtime pay for that. So management, same thing. It's like, oh yeah, we expect you to periodically check your emails after hours to make sure there's no emergency. And it's like, y'all, this could have waited until the morning. And then sometimes I'll see them emailing at 6 a.m. and I'm like, why? You better be leaving at 2 p.m. if you're working at 6 a.m., ma'am. Gosh, and there was another group lead. I forget exactly what the situation was in her wording, but like, oh, we were just completely swamped. And she's like, I feel bad, like, you know, taking the Friday off, taking this day off when we're so busy, or like, and I like respond in the group chat. I'm like, no guilt, self-care. Like, I am not having any of this. Like, I've had managers do the same. They're, like, showing up to the office, hacking it, coughing it. I'm like, go home. They're like, oh, no. Like, we're too busy. I'm like, go the frick home. It's like, before you infect me and my immunocompromised butt. And honestly, I can't get any work done listening to you hacking away, like, beside me. I am the mom friend, even to people who are of the age to be my mother. I'm like, no. No, don't do that. I've had some coworkers who are like, oh, you know, I wanted to ask my management if I could get this thing for my workspace, but I don't want to bother them, so I'm just gonna buy it myself. I'm like, no. Do not spend your own money for work things unless you absolutely have to. Like, don't do that. It's like they're a huge corporation. They make a ton of money. Never spend your own money. Spend your work's money. Exactly. Because, like, for example, I forgot to tell you guys about this, but I'm getting a new monitor at the apothecary. Because I've been looking at ways to deal with the fact that every single time I go to the office, I get a migraine. So I was looking, I looked up my monitor because, you know, everything has asset tags and you can look it up in the list and stuff. The warranty on this one finished in 2020, was due for a replacement, like a refresh in 2023, and I'm like, yo, bosses, can I get a new monitor? This one is at least 6 years old. And considering I don't get migraines at home with my newer monitors, this might be part of the problem, you know. And they're like, let me get back to you. Like, we have to assess the operational needs of the entire team. I'm like, bruh. The monitors are, like, they lease them, basically, from our vendor. We don't buy them outright. I'm like, y'all, the monitors are anywhere between $50 and $100 a year. Just let me get a frickin' monitor. And they're like, okay, you can go ahead and order one. I'm like, thank God. We'll see if that helps. It's something in that area, though. Because some of the other people, like, they're not on my team, but they work in the same, like, cubicle farm, so to speak. Like, we're all within the same area behind the apothecary's front counter. All this week, they've been asking building management to take out some of the light bulbs out of, like, the ceiling to make it darker. And I'm like, huh, well, now I know it's not just me for sure. It's definitely these lights. So we'll see. We'll see if I ask them to do the same. I mean, with half of the lights missing now, I don't think we need to go that far for me. Because now, like, you know, the area is darker overall. But we'll see. We'll see. Like, these people, they aren't by a window, so the lights would be particularly bad for them. Me, at least, when we moved to the new location, they were like, oh yeah, this is, like, the area for your team. It's completely empty. You can take your pick. I'm like, I'm taking the window. Because by that point, I was already getting migraines, and I knew natural light was better for me. Because, yeah, I was doing okay-ish in the spring, and then, like, I emailed my bosses. I'm like, yo, I don't know if I'm crazy, or they actually changed the light bulbs here, or the light bulbs are dying, but suddenly everything seems brighter in this area, and it's really starting to bother me. So FYI, there might be an uptick in migraines while I try and figure out how to mitigate this. Sorry. It's like, bye-bye. They were at least understanding. Mama Melis was a manager in the same organization, and she's like, basically, since you're a permanent employee, unless they can prove that you're doing absolutely nothing to try and improve the situation, they can't fire you for, like, taking too much time off because of, like, the migraines or whatever. So I'm like, fair enough. AKA, that's also why I asked for the monitor. It's like, see? I'm trying! But yeah, no, those lights are awful there. That's fair, yeah. And I guess some people's monitors also, because it's like there's some people whose their monitor gives them migraines if the refresh rate is too high. And then there's other people who get it if the refresh rate is too low. My work monitor only goes as high as, like, 60 hertz. So I tried dropping it down to 50 to test, and I could not stand it for more than 5 minutes. I'm like, okay, I need fast refresh rate. Who was it? I think it was Adios at some point made a joke about it's like your eyes are too high spec. You've got the gamer eyes too strong. I'm like, you know what? I think you're right. Yeah, okay, because, yeah, my work, these monitors, I have them on 120. So that would be why I don't get migraines at home. None of the work monitor, none of the options for picking up monitors at work go over 60 hertz from what I can tell. Which, I mean, if you're just doing office work, you don't need the higher refresh rate. But I'm like, gosh darn it! But hey, it's something. It's a start. It's a start! But yeah, that's my life update. That's my life update. Let's get a gaming! We're gonna try and finish this off today. It's possible we will. Like, I don't have anything planned after, like, this afternoon/evening. So I could technically do a long stream, but obviously it's gonna depend on how my energy level is and also my voice. I've had the humidifier going beside me all morning, so hopefully the air is nice and toasty. Very nice update. Always happy to hear how you're doing. Yay! Yeah, I mean, you guys know how often I've been getting migraines, so I'm like, all right, here's the situation. I promise my brain is not exploding, as far as I can tell, anyway. There we go. Alright. Let me get the audio for this, though it is... There's no audio in this scene, because it just loaded in. So we'll find out in a moment if it's... Ah, there we go. Alright! For anyone who wasn't able to make it yesterday or had to leave, came in halfway, whatever. Basically, the trial has been postponed from... If you guys have been around for a bit, you know there's like a trial for this warden called Fifi Lagout. Some of the evidence went missing. The judge's son got kidnapped as a way to try and force a not guilty verdict for the warden. So we ended up saving her son. We didn't find all the missing evidence, but we found enough to prove that the items are in the city dump. So the police are going to mount a manhunt and go through the whole dump looking for this stuff. Rest in peace. That would be absolutely horrible. I hope they're getting some kind of like overtime danger pay for that. But right at the end, Agent Long came busting in and he's like, yo, I'm here to arrest the judge and her son. I think both mother and child worked together to murder the president of my country. And I'm taking them into my custody, and we are going back to the crime scene, and I am going to investigate things and have them here with me to provide additional insights. So that's what's going on now. So it was like, after that declaration, Fade to Black, to be continued. This is the very first thing that's loading up after that. So here we are. Could you maybe calm down a little? Calm down? No way, Jose! Joe's? Because there's no accent. No way, Joe's! Not until y'all come clean. It's for your own good, dang it! Our intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop stop harassing these people. I'll have to ask you to. You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Torosaurus run wild. Oh yeah, in case you forgot, these reporters absolutely believe frickin' a Gojira-sized bull is on the loose. Yeah. What? Where do you think they're hiding? They're hiding him, huh? Look, we're really not reading anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she done seen Gordy with her own danged eyes. I'm sure I saw something, but doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. All right, break it up. The music for this game is fire. The Ace Attorney games have great music. Who's the composer again? I forget. Hang on. I think it's mostly the same for every game. I think they might bring in new secondary composers, but the main ones stay the same. Oh, come on. Noriyuki Iwadere. He was assisted by Toshihiko Horiyama and Masami Onodera. Did music for Lunar, Grandia, and Ace Attorney. Wise. One of the Mega Man games. Kid Icarus. Oh, and Kirby Air Raiders. And also Loop 8, which is an RPG. Well then. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth and Sean! Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lanzi says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. Does the squirrel really say that? That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Long, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Long, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. President Wong's body was discovered here this morning. He hasn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. Good job, bodyguards. Truly stellar. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Gavel, on the roof of the big building. Even the kid's milk carton is sweating. crazy if the two of you arranged to meet. I'm sorry, but I can't say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder? Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Gavel, we're trying to help you. Ha! She can't say it because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm going to prove it.
Objection!
You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Gavel's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So, why don't you tell us how exactly it went down, Sean Fenn? Me? We know you were here on the set last night. You were, Sean? We have testimony from the woman over there and forensics evidence from the footprints that prove it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry, I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. Okay. Nice kid. Roasted! Sean! That's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow. This is a whole new Judge Gavel. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times, you must. And there she goes, off lecturing. And I want you to remember that, all right? Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Gavel, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Long? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. And by whom. I don't care what it takes. I'm going to find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. Alright, could you tell us what happened last night, Sean? Fine by me. I've got nothing to hide. I really like these kids' eyes. I don't know if I've mentioned that. I really like how they're drawn. It's very unique compared to some of the other characters. Like the sort of almond-shaped, sleepy, hooded eyes. It's a very good look. I had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple of takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today. So I thought I'd put in some extra practice, and that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. You've been rehearsing late at night again? But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. You called him? Around what time? Must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set, lying to your mother? So you lied to me? Sorry. Ooh, no, she's mad! I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Her child, alone late at night. Anything could happen to him, especially when he's a 13-year-old. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. He said nothing happened, right? Well... He did. Although, I can't help but wonder if he's telling the truth. He ain't. We saw in the video he recorded of himself practicing. He was doing his lines and then suddenly he runs off screen and never comes back. Like, something happened. Alrighty. Time for an interrogation. I had a couple bad takes. Okay. It's fine, nothing happened. Okay, what evidence do we have? It's probably the video. Where is it?
Objection!
Yeah, that's what I figured. Nothing happened. I'm sorry, but you're lying. Like, just straight up telling the untruth. This proves it beyond a doubt. Wait, that's... how did you... That's right, your rehearsal tape. What? You have footage from last night? That's right. If you were nicer, maybe we would have told you. We do. And if you watch it... you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already. Yeah, that's a little bit of a weird one. There is, and I'm sure that's an everyday sight, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me? No reason. Yeah, that's not a good answer. Liar, that stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not going to work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean? You have to tell us. You... Look, I just didn't want anybody to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it. They're all stunned. So you were embarrassed? Is that it? Yeah? What's so weird about that? How can you act in front of people but be embarrassed to have someone watch you practice? That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you? Kiddo's lying, like big time liar, liar, pants on fire. Ah! Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you? Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it. Press F to doubt. About the giant monster footprint struck you as weird. It's a giant, a monster footprint. On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here. I don't buy it for a second, Chief. There's something hinky about this kid, sure as I'm standing right here. Dang Skippy there is, he ain't hiding to scoop under them horns or my name ain't Lotta Heart. Shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
Objection!
No, you're not. What? The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. What other unusual occurrence happened? This thing falling over, I think? Strawberry Milky! Hey! Thank you for the raid! Hello, everybody! Berry raid! Berry everybody doing on this Saturday? Or I mean, if you're overseas, no, you're from the UK. Hell, it's still Saturday for you. It's later in the day though. Hello, everybody. If you haven't met me before, hi. My name is Diana. I'm a Catgirl VTuber, big sister, apothecarist, all that good stuff. We play a lot of visual novels here, point-and-click mystery games like Danganronpa, Umineko. Right now, we're playing Ace Attorney Investigations 2. Ideally, we're going to be finishing this game today, fingers crossed. So if you would like to come along for the ride, by all means, stick around. But absolutely understandable if you got a raid and run. Totally get it. Take care of yourselves. Otherwise, I hope you've been having a great day. What were you guys up to? There we go. I was just about to hit the button. I was like, wait, what were we doing? The model of the Torosaurus head fell from the roof of the trailer last night. So basically, they're on the set of like basically a kaiju Godzilla movie, and there's been a murder. Just to bring you guys somewhat up to speed. Like, there's other details, but that's the basic gist of it right now. Space Marines 2? Ooh. Very nice. I believe that's an FPS. I don't usually FPS myself, but I love watching other people play them. Did you expect us to believe you knew nothing about this giant frickin' thing falling off the building? Kinda hacky and slashy? Oh, okay, fair enough. How's Ace Attorney going? It's going good. This should be the last case of the game. Well, it is the last case of the game. We're gonna try and get through it. We will find out. Oh, hang on. Nope. Huh. Is that so? You really didn't notice the giant thing falling from the ceiling? I told you, I ran my lines, I went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Well, about that. Or are you saying you can prove that I know something? Don't ask questions you don't want answered, kiddo. Sadly not, but... there's hope, I'm sure. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left. No proof, huh? Then this conversation's over. Ma'am, can you tell off your child again? He's being mean to us. What is he hiding?
Not the best.
Hold it right there. What is it, Agent Long? So, it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely. What? There was something else on that tape? Yup. Look closely. See the costume up in the top left? Oh, the zipper's open. Oh yeah, Torosaurus suit. Something's different. Do you see it? I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little, saggy. Oh, and the zipper on his back is done up tight. The zipper? Huh? That's... Yeah, I guess you see it now, huh? On the tape, the zipper's wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why. What? Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. You do, and do you remember what I said not that long ago? Let me refresh your memory. But if your friend Cavell pushed the president off of the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere. Here? But where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment. You could hide it anywhere. Yes, a dead body in, the T-Rex suit. And then come back a day later and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden in the Torosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Cavell? You pushed the president off the roof, just like I said. And you hid the body inside that costume. I most certainly did not. Protest all you like. I'm not going to believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. Well, I don't know about that. Oh, an ad break's gonna start in a minute, just for those who aren't subscribed.
Objection!
If we're at a point I can stop, we'll stop. But yeah, liar, lay our pants on fire. Why? It's not my fault you left the house. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Cavell would have been able to get in here. It's still Saturday. It's Saturday after 6 p.m. Time operates differently. At least it's 6 p.m. over for you guys. I've got a little theory for you, and I think you're gonna like it. I don't think I will. p.m.? Look, I can't guess calculate time zones off the top of my head. I was close enough, okay? Mother and child murderers. Ah, yes, the family business. Oh, ad break's kicking in. All right. Good chance to take a quick break. Get up, go to the bathroom. So hold it tight for un momento. I'm just joking. You're just joking, he said. He's just goofing around. All right. Give me 1 sec. I'm gonna use this chance to stretch. Cause if this is gonna be a long stream, I'm gonna need it. Alrighty. Hold tight. Alrighty, we're back. And you're in a train? Sleep. Sleep if you must. Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Trains are always good for sleeping. Maybe also good for sleeping. What if Sean was winning down here when Cavell pushed the president off the roof? Damn. That is a crazy theory. If the two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. Seriously, accusing her of running her child into some crazy murder plot. Then they work to hide the body together, too. Easy as pie, apparently. By dragging it over to the Toro suit and stuffing it inside. Like, bro, you realize how crazy you sound? Like, do you? Do you realize how absolutely bananas you sound? I think it was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. I mean, I guess.
Overruled.
Straight up bananas, though. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this is unthinkable.
Not the best.
You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to you? I mean fair, but also you're being unreasonable, sir. And what about motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wong? The million-dollar question. Who knows? But we'll find out soon enough, I guess. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. I mean, technically, it's none of our business. Though I get your point. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. I mean, yes, it's not great, but I mean, she could be privy to government secrets that technically she's not at liberty to share. Like, that can be possible. Judge Gavel? I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. Not, not even just a morsel. Just a little, just a little bitty bitty bit. My apologies. But that is the one thing I cannot do. I know this sounds crazy, but you gotta trust me. It's a matter of national security. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you will be the first to know. So she wants to tell us, but she can't. So I assume I'm correct. It's some kind of secret. So please, you have to believe me. Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. Money! Hello! Objection indeed! Welcome in. Hiya, right back at ya. I hope you're having a good day, morning, afternoon, evening, whatever's going on over there. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. Pff, I've got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? But let me guess. You're still going to stick up for each other? It's true. Judge Gaval's actions certainly make her seem suspicious. But nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even a suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. Means and opportunity, huh? And for my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed. 13-year-olds committing murder? What's the world coming to? Alright, here we go again. Alright, let's think about this. What if Sean was waiting down here crazy? Two of them were working together. The lock goes away. Nothing to really refute with that one. And they worked to hide his body together too, by dragging it over to the suit and stuffing it inside. Okay, where is your proof that there was a body in this suit, I guess? Let's start there. Let's try pressing. The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. You can't say for certain that there was a body in there at that time, can you? Maybe not. But we can take a look right now. I guess. Let's see if there's any trace evidence or something in there, I guess. I guess that's where what they're going for. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'd put money on us finding proof in there. If you say so. I think you're just a little crazy, but hey. What do I know? Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Objection! Objection! Hi, Kuro! How you doing? Happy Saturday! Hope you're doing well. But might be a little right though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. Ew! Y'all don't use Febreze? Huh. It's filthy. Yes and no? Oh no. Oh, I'm trying to think. What? Okay, so Febreze, like, masks the odors, does it? I'm trying to remember what I read in an article by a professional, like, garment person. The Febreze masks it, but it doesn't actually clean it. So if you can't actually, like, wash something properly, I think you're supposed to use alcohol to, like, actually kill the germs and, like, all that stuff that's producing the odor. Don't quote me on that, though. Busier week since I will be taking longer leave later in the month. Gotcha. Sometimes I do. That do be how it goes. Hopefully you can get all of your work or whatever caught up and enjoy your leave. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. Yeah. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body. I guess the president was lying right in the... I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. probably would have gotten pretty dirty. Ah, yes. A filthy president. Is there any other kind? Exactly. Well, everybody happy? I bet Edgeworth isn't. Covered with dirt, it must be from when the body was hidden there. Can we present the gloves here? Because, yeah, the body has the dirt on it, but so does his gloves.
Objection!
Oh, no, shit. Not yet.
Not so fast!
I'm thinking too far ahead. All right. Okay, Okay, I mean, there's stuff on his clothes, but he's not covered in dirt, I guess?
Objection!
Oh, there we go. So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body. Would it be safe to assume that that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? Oh, there are so many problems. I don't even know where to begin explaining all these problems. The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty. Yeah, it really is. But look at the victim. Just look at him. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt and not just this weird yellow stuff. Alright, fine. So, what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside? That's what we're gonna have to figure out already. Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at that time. So who was it if it wasn't the president? Oh, is this when we go like Excelsius? Is something the matter, I've seen dirt like that somewhere. I'm sure of it. Ah, yes, the gloves. Finally, at last. I just can't think of where. Kind of weird. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it. Gray bits. She's right. Something is mixed in there. And we're stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it. Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe? Probably worth checking. Does one of the items we found have similar stuff? Yes! This one!
Take that!
As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains some small flecks of something gray. Uh-huh. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right. The dirt does look similar, but so what? What are you saying this stuff is? Great question. No idea. Just wanted to point it out. Are concrete? Surely they're flecks of concrete. Oh, like all the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean? Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to? Mr. Mass Murderer! Chairman Winner! We found them in his garage! I nearly said garbage, which is, you know, same energy. That's right. We visited the garage at his home earlier today. And we found a pair of mechanic's gloves covered in dirt. Oh, so you know, death. And a schlub. Oh, the sledgehammer! Oh, fuck. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why. Because somebody wore them when they used that hammer and shovel. They smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances. Wait, so you're saying... Yes. And we finally know what these footprints really are. seems highly likely they were dug by Chairman Winter.
Not so fast.
What a crazy guy. Highly likely. If that's so, then tell me this. Yes? Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they serve? Good question. Must have been. Oh, digging something up. Because remember, in the letter, or I guess a report Fifi Lagal sent him, she was like, oh yeah, it's time to dig up that thing we buried 12 years ago. I'm sure it's right where we left it. But in 12, a lot can happen in 12 years, so now it's under a parking lot. Digging something up. I think he must have been digging something up. I imagine events unfolded, something like this. There was something in this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side entrance and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig the 3 footprints. And there he goes, digging away. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes. Ah, but Sean must have showed up, right? I think he did, yes. I am here to object. E5 miles. Fair enough, I suppose. Please don't objectify people, but fictional character, sure. How you doing, Mur? Hope you're doing well. Yeah. You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's called having an imagination. You might want to try it someday. It's good, but it's all just speculation. We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. I mean, he was probably covered in dirt. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before the kid even showed up.
Objection!
But he didn't. And there's proof of that right here in the footage. shows that Chairman Winner was still present when this recording was made. Imagine being stuck in a frickin' kaiju costume while this kid is standing here reciting whatever lines. It's like, hurry up and leave! What? It's a shame that Agent Long didn't notice it himself. Compared to that in turn with what we saw in Chairman Winner's garage. It soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. Why are we looking at Eustace all tied up again? What part of the image shows us that Chairman Winner was still here? Oh, the bag! The bag, the bag!
Take that!
Kinky Eustace? Guys, he was kidnapped and tied up. Don't make fun of his plight. I understand where you're coming from, though. Look at the bag next to the Torosaurus suit. We saw that same bag in Chairman Winner's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves, that has to indicate a connection, surely. Updated. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsior's Winner in the suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Ayah! Good. Seems I've convinced Agent Lon of the flaws in his theory. Somebody get to Chairman Winner's house right away! We need to know what's in that bag! Yes, sir! Lotta, shut up! Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hawk swill? She's like, you made a reasonable explanation for how these footprints were made? Bullshit! There's a giant frickin' bull in this city. That right there is Torosaurus footprints, dang it! Ain't no hole stuck by no old guy. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are. Don't matter to me none what you just did. I don't believe it, and that's that. Well, too bad for you, Lotta. Get the frick out of here. You're on private property. I done told y'all I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes, okay? The giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we gotten past that nonsense. We out about to let that go? What kind of journalist would we be if we did, huh? I mean, we wouldn't fault you if you dropped it, because you're being ridiculous, but... responsible ones? But I guess that's the whole problem. Wait, ain't like it was just about the footprints know-how? Oh, ain't like it was... That is is a terrible sentence, but basically she's saying it's not like it was only the footprints. You were seen fraternizing with one of them. They are monsters. Ain't that correct? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken. We're never going to get anywhere with these two around. Maybe if we could prove to them that wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it. Right. What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? Prove that it wasn't a monster? Fine. I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do. What are you two y'all whispering about? Y'all hiding something, ain't you? Jane, admit it! Quick, Tabby, roll tape!
Hold it!
Could I politely ask that you both calm down? The monster the boy was seen talking to. Oh, it was the frickin' rake! I was wondering. He was talking to the camera. And it looked like some giant noodly monster because they had it covered in plastic tarps because it had been raining. That's right, Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that mystery. Ace Attorney Week! Ace Attorney Week! Welcome in, Jabola! It did? The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. Think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Her so-called monster is right here in this picture. Huh? I don't see no Gordy. That ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
Take that!
That's right, it was a camera crane. That is what Miss Nichols saw, not Gordy. What? Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. A viewpoint that would have only been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane. Whoa! How the heck would she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection!
Because it was dark? How indeed, Miss Nichols? Yeah? You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you? Yeah, my eyesight's gotten way worse all of a sudden. And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, he was quite heavily shrouded in darkness. So that's right, I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us! Skin like an enormous worm, you said! Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up in grew skin? It ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin! You're entirely correct, of course. About the crane as it was in this particular picture, anyway. But it did have a skin of sort last night. I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plum do some proper reporting. That wasn't my intent at all. But I do think it's time I finally put both of them out of their misery. Rip. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skin at all. Darn.
Take that!
Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end. But I think Sean may have covered the crane with rain-proof sheeting, nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin. Aw, heck. Well, Sean, am I mistaken? You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing. I'm sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the lights. And you know, the fact she needed new glasses desperately. Uh-oh, and just like that, the dream dies again. Chief? Y'all literally on site for the assassination of a president? And you're like, no, we gotta report on the giant dinosaur! Like, y'all, the news of the assassination hasn't even hit the press yet. You are technically ahead of the game. You could make so much money. But y'all are focusing on this. I think that finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. But it seems I might have could have been a little wrong. Maybe. Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy? No. Everybody except those two. Agent Lone! The president's autopsy report is out, sir! It is? Let me see it. Zetsu, hello! Welcome in! How you doing? Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. Okay, so he didn't die from falling off a building then. Just got home from work? Good job, otsukare-sama deshita. So, we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Sunday to Sunday is literally gonna kill you? Oh god. Yeah, breaks are always important. Just as we thought. He looks in one piece, but I guess probably his rib cage got crushed. test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Bro had a gun! Gum shop residue? Guess he was a kid at heart. Yo! Gunshot residue, K. The substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. This presence indicates that the president may have used a gun. Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not. Which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. Well, Agent Lone, that clears one thing up at least. Do you have a main suspect yet? We do not. Well, I guess Excelsior's the winner? But that would be too easy. I don't think... I mean, he's probably involved, but I think it might be a little more complicated than that. Because the suspicion was that it was Judge Gavel, and she pushed him off the roof of the building, but the autopsy report just confirmed he was crushed. So that is not conclusive with falling from a great height. And I mean, like I said before, like, the Ace Attorney games don't really make the bodies all mangled, but if the dude fell from a 52-story building, I don't think you would have been able to identify him just looking at his face, you know? Pretty sure falling 52 stories turns your head into smashed watermelon. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. Was crushed by the falling Taurosaur's head, just as we said. Which is crazy. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. I guess. Amazing! So does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore? No, he's not gonna let it go that easily. Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last. But the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. Now we know that the Taurosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. Whew, what a relief. Sorry, But it might be a little too soon to celebrate. Oh, come on. What? What? Sure. I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall? Or who? We know it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time.
Overruled.
What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean! Uh-oh. That kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right when the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet, he wants us to believe he knows nothing? That's a big ask, surely.
Objection!
We haven't yet established if the footprints have anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved.
Knuckle back!
Maybe not, but his face tells me differently. Sweat! As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. It does seem like Agent Lon might be onto something. But I don't think Sean's going to talk. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning? Oh, ad break. Okay, give me 1 sec then. Ugh. Not a great place to stop, but we should get up and stretch while we have a chance. So hold on. I will be right back. Meow. Ahoy! I'm back. Alright, give me 1 sec. Hello! I'm back. Big stretch. Also, I'm getting hunky, so I grabbed some crispy tofu that I made a couple days ago. There's no crunch, but if you happen to hear me chewing, my bad. I'm just really hungry today. The police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. Would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted. It's not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting the truth. Detective Gumshoe? You have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Sure do, little V! Ah, yes. C'est la vie, little V. Good, then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lawn might be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright, I doubt it is Agent Lawn's specialty either. Alright, excuse me. Hang on 1 sec. Hit. There we go. How do we do this? What? Hi!
Eureka!
What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see, let me see. Huh? Ugh! What is it? What's the matter? Show me! If we must... Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's... the president? Oh my! What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Wait, that doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. don't believe you. And the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. Admit it, kid, you murdered President Juan. Why, though? Why would a 13-year-old do that? No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? You missed it. My bad. Sean, you didn't. You can't have. Can you? What? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. I nearly called him Mr. President. He claimed he knew nothing about what happened. But the president is right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is, it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault the Torosaurus head fell off of the trailer. Uh-oh. I went up to the roof on the trailer to prep the kit I was using. And I turned on the heater while I was there. I must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called, and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, the Torosaurus head had fallen from the roof, and the president was just there, lying next to it. No! We did find evidence of a fire having broken out up on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart, carried the pieces up to the roof, and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. Wow. He's 13. Even adults would have panicked. Do you think a child would have been mature enough to turn themselves in? Like, come on. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn off the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head... There it goes. would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right! The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed. And I also happen to have an idea how the fire may have started. Ah, yes. Paint thinner beside a heater. Basically, blame the production assistant. It's her fault. You can't really expect a 13-year-old to remember that paint thinner is flammable.
Knuckle back.
And you swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? Who? Oh, wait, he had a cameo in the movie. How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear. I still don't believe you. Why would President Wong come to a place like this in the middle of the night? I don't know, ask him. His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He met Judge Gavel up on the roof 2 nights ago. But he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. Alright. God, so much happened. What was the statement? What were the statements even? Okay. Let's see. Don't think there's anything we can present on yet. It's all pretty standard. Let's try pressing this one. Did you notice anything unusual about the body? I don't know, it was dark. He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual. Reticent? I'm sure he does it, but is that really all it was? All it is, rather? Should I push him? Yeah, push him. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless? No, that's... He's hiding something. I better find out what. Most people would cry for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. did it! Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead! So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead? He was lying on the ground and that huge head was next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Objection!
You couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you. Because you checked. Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing. So I was right. But why try to hide that fact? Could you tell me how the body looked at that point? I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. Oh. I think our dude was just knocked out cold based on that. Because the president, the body has stuff on his clothes, so. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. You sure? Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. Okay.
Objection!
Nothing on his clothes? Nothing at all? Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that? There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten. What? There isn't. That's not true. Unluckily for you, we remember it rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. I like that he's just got caught as a milk in his bag. You've studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. I find suspicious, to say the least. That sight. I hope for your sake that you have a satisfactory explanation. One sec, I forgot to take my medicine. Don't be like me. Remember to take your medicine. There we go. Judge Gavel? Allow me to explain. You? But... the yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise. Flowers that don't actually exist. Lion lilies? Two nights ago, when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with large yellow petals. As the name implies, I imagine that the substance on President One's chest was pollen. Huh? But... they're not there. They are clearly behind his back. Only because the president is in the way. But why give him flowers? That is not something I am at liberty to divulge.
Not so fast!
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with him, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers? It's complicated, okay? My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Objection!
A bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that? I cannot. Ha! Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't? Come on. You've got to give us something here. You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept you have no choice. Hey, you leave her alone! Sean? I threw the flowers away, okay? You did? So they were there? Yeah, they were right on there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat. Oh? I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president. And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket. That does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it? No reason. Oh, come on. He's almost as evasive as his mother. More secrets? They're quite a pair.
Overruled.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet. Huh? You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you? Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them and felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion. No, you got it all wrong. That's his least convincing lie yet. They start being tsundere so young these days. I often decorate our home with lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembers.
Not go fast.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. Oh. Hit mute just in time to mute the sneeze. And because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. That ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my taste. Oh, come on. He's just digging for excuses. Why? What's wrong with nice? I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place. Yeah, he did, but... So he's still our only suspect.
Objection!
The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. Like, come on. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. Ah, yes. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. Suddenly this is, AI the Somnium Files. A refrigerator unit in a depot? Yeah! Luckily, it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen into a popsicle otherwise. Yeesh. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him. The sedatives had worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud. Sedatives? What, isn't that what you were given too? Yup, we found the bottle of the floor of the unit. It was even the same brand. 3 Z's, apparently it's super strong. Like, what a crazy brand name. 3 Z's. It sounds like a joke. I mean, it is a joke, but it really sounds like a joke. Sedative data jotted down in my organizer. 3 Z's, 200 milliliters. Yikes. Well, Agent Long, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect? Somebody else was responsible, and I think they're behind all of this. Somebody... Oh, I already read that. My brain. Oh, yeah? And this secret mastermind of yours was here last night, too? Probably? That? I can't yet say. Huh! It's not like you to be vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murder of the president. Not yet, anyway. So, is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean. Of course! So I was right. The kid's still our only suspect.
Objection!
Nope. Not quite. I can think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Oh yes, Excelsius winner. Chairman Winner, you think he killed President Wong? Well, why not? Yeah, we proved he was here, like... And if he was here, he's a viable suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Could he really have? It's certainly another possibility to consider. Much more likely than, you know, the 13-year-old. "12 years ago, he was..." Look, a lot happened, okay? This was all 12 years ago. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones that kept him saying blah, 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 blah. Loan? Like, the loan from 12 years ago? Yep, good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. It's been long. What happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you except, you know... I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case.
Not so fast!
And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. The report, I believe? It proves this conversation's over. Okay. Da, da, da.
Let's take that!
Let's try this one. Ah, there we go. This is a report about Bronco Knight. It was sent to Chairman Winner by Warden Legald. The last part in particular should be of interest to you. In front of the planter? Yup. And that's not all. Take a look at this. This letter was sent to Rosie Rayner, the victim of the murder that happened the night before last. Uh-oh. We don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. But... Something strange is going on, Agent Long. Miss Rayner was murdered the night before last, and President Wong not long after. I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? There are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. Well, I'm sorry your family got insulted, but you know... The living are still here. And they need to be looked after. Agent Long, please, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Shifu! Oh my god, the cops! What are you doing here? We came to find you, sir! We heard you were looking into that incident from 12 years ago! Idiots! Rawr. Not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. You're disobeying a direct order, but you're not their boss. Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. You have to reopen the investigation. We know you can't let it go. We can't either. Well, Agent Long, it seems your former underlings want the events of the past explained too. So, time to cough up all the beans. You think it's that easy? That you could solve the case just like that? I think we can. Together. Hey, broskies! Ha! Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Was not expecting that. Yeah, Shifu! 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 Nice. Then I guess it's my turn to step up. Oh, is it time for Little Thief? I'm sorry, Kay? You're looking into a case from the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with that. Ah, yes, Little Thief! Mr. Thief? They renamed it in this one, I guess. I liked Little Thief better. Because she's the modern-day Robin Hood, right? And one of Robin's closest, people in, the Band of Merry Men was Little John. So Little Thief is a lot better than Mr. Thief. Sadly, we don't have the files relating to that case. Huh? How come? Sorry, I don't just, keep a personal file room on hand at all times. Access to those files are restricted. They're top secret. Really? Oh boy. We stumbling into national secrets here. Really? Why? Beats me, somebody must have something to hide. If it's that high level, it might be the president himself that's got stuff to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know, I read in newspaper articles from the time. Okay, well, that's a starting point. That's progress. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. You gotta start somewhere. Alright. I guess here we go. The SS5 incident. Oh, this is a new track, too. Happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th, to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. I've got the president of Shenfa. So, he was kidnapped? Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. Interesting, okay. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. Shush! 100 million? How much money even is that? A lot. Way more than one person should reasonably have. More than you can imagine, it seems. Okay, look, it's a lot. Especially for like a 17-year-old. The last person to see the president that night was my father. They were together at the embassy of Shenfa until midnight on the 10th. Also, ad break's about to start, so we'll take a quick break. Not quite enough for Tesla, man. Seriously. Gotta love the muskrat. Total sarcasm. Alright. Ad break. I'm gonna eat some of my food while the ads are going, so I don't get hiccups trying to eat and talk at the same time. And we will be right back. Hold on tight. Meow. to keep y'all waiting. How go? How's everybody doing? Free at last? Free at last! Alright, onwards to this kidnapping plot or whatever. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Starting to sound kind of like the situation we're in right now, huh? Our governments did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. The government? Providing ransom money instead of, like, mobilizing the military? Interesting. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely. Wow, that's unheard of. So, President Juan was head honcho even back then? Woo! Go President! Huh. Like the time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most oppressive thing about him. I don't know about that, but okay. Usually if you're in power for that long, there's some shady stuff going on. Hui Jinlan was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assume the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated? It was. But the investigation was top secret. As was the trial. The trial? So a suspect was arrested? Yeah, none other than our friend, Fifi. What? Now that I wasn't expecting. "12 years ago, she would have been 25. Kidnapping the president at that age? Sheesh! Well, she's not in jail. So I assume she got away with it somehow. She's ambitious? Yeah. Or her accomplices. I doubt she could have done that alone. Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you call extended leave from Interpol. They told him, hey, you need to go cool your head after everything that's happened. He's like, cool. I'm gonna go rogue. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. I wanted to see who I was dealing with. A very strange, sassy lady who gave everybody in the prison their own therapy animal. And now the place is like a zoo. She was found not guilty then? Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. To be fair, giving prisoners therapy might solve most problems. Oh, absolutely. It's just, you know, we've got miniature ponies and polar bear cubs and stuff just wandering all over the place. Like the animals have free will to go wherever they want in the prison, but the prisoners don't. So that's what's a little messed up in that situation. There was a cat therapy. Meow. I mean, in a perfect world, the cats would take care of the mice. There was real cat therapy? I know. They sometimes have cats in long-term care homes as well. Cat therapy really works. I now believe I am a human. Well, I'm glad for that. And if I thought she did it, there's no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty, and the case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken, mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Legal? He must have had evidence. He wouldn't have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. I'm sorry, but that's all I know. What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but... I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene. Is there really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. I'm assuming it's Francisca. Who's this now? Ah, yes. Francisca! And Mr. Fender! Scooby-Dooby-Doo. We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids were up to. here? Oh, she just conveniently has the files? Okay. Let's go, Francisca. How did you get these, don't ask? What? What's this? What do you think it is, goofball? It says SS5 investigation report. Did they raid the chairman's office? And the sole witness was murdered. Hold on here. No one told us about that. Long. The long dragon. When Fifi Legald mentioned an incident from 12 years ago, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this is what Interpol provided. Nice work, Francisca. And why, well, I guess Long got put on leave from Interpol before he could get the files, but don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. Of course, we would never. You're no longer a prosecutor. I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case. I owe you, sis! Hang on. 27? He's 10 years older than her, and he's calling her sis. I imagine he called her Aniki, which is like older sister. Even when they're older than her, Francisca's still the big sister. But everything related to the incident was supposed to be top secret. Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Winner. Ah, yes, of course. He was the prosecutor in charge? Him again. Yup. Him again. Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. Teehee. Get fucked! An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son. Hey, Eustace, you're finally a winner. Let's go! mean, yeah, cats do be powerful like that. And cats' purrs, have been proven to promote healing, so... So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. Sounds like we owe him. Crochet lessons for making the cat sweaters! Aww. That's cute. Prosecutor Eustace Winter is busy wrapping things up after the conclusion of the Lagout trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Oh dear. Leave Dad and Lagout to me. You focus on your case over there. Huh, he's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. Hey, let's go! Remove the toxic father from his life, immediate improvement. We love to see it. Indeed he is. All right! Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene, no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Huh. Well, well, well. How convenient. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody! Do-do-do-do-do-do. Even the 13-year-old's coming along for the ride. Alright, Kay, if you could set Little Thief in motion. Sure, looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. It seems there was an eyewitness, a freelance journalist by the way of Alf All Down. All down. Trying to figure out the pun for that one. But apparently, he was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. Yikes! Oh, ain't that fun? So this is where we saw it all happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? I don't think it was the big building back then. I think the building's supposed to be pretty new. No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Yeah, that's what I thought. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... now we're getting to the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... The happy family home. Oh god, not the orphans. Like, for retired people? No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. President was kidnapped from an orphanage? I guess they wanted the money to improve the lives of the children. Yeah, the place was run by Fifi Legald. Hold on. She was running an orphanage before she became a prison warden? That's quite the career change. She called it her happy little home. Yeah, that does sound like something she'd do. Running an orphanage at 25? That's crazy. As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion. Konnichiwa! Hello, Tsumaki! President Juan, Excelsius the winner, and Warden Legald. It's a whole cornucopia. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Okay. Could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Alldown? It seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president. So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice. I messed up the chemistry homework. No! Sorry to hear that. How's the game going? It's good. It's good so far. I was very ambitiously thinking maybe we'd finish the game today, but we are barely making headway, even though we've gotten a ton of new information. So as always, the final case of an Ace Attorney game takes, like, 20 hours. Because it's like, if we're not in, like, you know, we haven't even identified who, like, you know, a suspect for the ultimate villain so far. So if we haven't even gotten that far, there's still a long way to go. Alright, we're counting on you. Beep beep boop boop boop. Damn. What the heck is this? When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Little Thief? What we're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least, as far as the police reports described it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. the morning after the murder. and it seems to have been snowing. Well, not much you can do about that. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by new snow. Well, that's convenient. That doesn't usually happen. Usually if it snows on your crime scene, you're kind of SOL. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention. Investigation begins! Yahoo! Alright. Orphanage. Footprints, first of all. These footprints stop by the body. Imagine how this looks to people who work in the building. Just these people walking around in this weird green hologram. I guess that means they belong to Mr. Elfdown, right? A fair enough assumption, I'd say. Art! Hello! You just woke up? It's almost 4 p.m., boy! The heck you been doing? I mean, I saw you were up at 5 a.m. when I woke up, but I thought you had just woken up. Not that you hadn't gone to bed yet. Math? You mean math? Like maths, the school subject? Otherwise, I don't know what the heck you mean by MAF. Yes? You nerd! I can't believe it! Who the hell is staying up until 5 a.m. because their school homework is fine? What the heck? It would have been almost more believable if you told me you stayed up until 5 in the morning playing Overwatch or Marvel here Rivals. Listen, Diana, no, I can't believe this. What happened to work-life balance, huh? I thought you fixed your sleep habits. His feet were pretty big. What's this? About a size 12? Oh my god, he's got clown shoes. You know the equation for the volume of a cylinder? Vaguely. I haven't calculated the volume of anything since high school, and that was like 15 years ago. If you think about it, oh god, where is this going? A pizza is a very wide, short cylinder. We already have a way to calculate the area of a circle. Why do you need to calculate the volume of a pizza? Like, what is even the point in that one? Stop! Stop, you nerd! We don't need the equation for that! Why do we need the equation for the volume of pizza? Just eat the pizza! It comes pre-sliced! The man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. Oh damn, he took a brick to the head. What exactly did he see? You can make it pi z to the power of 2 or pizza. That's so cool. That is so nerdy. I can't even say that's cool. That's just silly. We're getting up there with the people who named like some protein, Pikachu or something like that. Seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Look, don't let me discourage you from your passions. I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. That stuff is just completely beyond me. The reactions are funny. Good. I'm glad at least. Hi, Pep. It's not quite your dinner time. Hi, Pep. Yes, hi, Pep. Y'all been so quiet all afternoon. Must have been honk schnoo me me. They been polite, yeah. God, I didn't tell you guys this earlier, but I was doing like morning yoga, and I have my eyes closed, right? And I feel this like wet thing against my face. Pep decided she was just gonna shove her whole face against my forehead and her cold little nose. I'm like, ah. I'm like, yes, thank you. I'm happy. I'm happy to see you too. Did you really have to shove your whole face in my face and sniff me? It's not quite the same kind of shock as, like, you know, having your dog suddenly lick you or something, but it's like, ah! It's like I was not expecting that. Like, I knew she was there, but I was not expecting her to do that. From the brick right there, they figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread out over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Alldown's autopsy report. Why is this a gift? Okay, that's not how this works. The pizza thing's so silly. I'm just like, why would you need to calculate the volume of a pizza? Like, you planning on putting the pizza in a blender and you want to make sure you're gonna have enough for everyone? Like, are you planning on pureeing the pizza? Was struck on the head and died around 1 a.m. Oh, well, okay. If you're sneaking around private property at 1 a.m., I mean, doesn't give people the right to murder you, but at the same time, you had what's coming to you. Can probably do it if you're trying to calculate the value of the price of it, I guess. Or maybe if you're trying to calculate how much more pizza you get with a deep dish pizza versus a regular pizza. Alright, hold on. Pep's being an absolute menace. Girl! Stop it! Stop! Damn! Oh my god. Literally, she's breaking shit. Hold on. She managed to get the Kleenex box, like, from gosh knows where. She tried to run off with it. Alright, hold on, hold on. You didn't know she has some orange cat in her? Fun fact. All cats start out as black cats. So technically, black cats have all of the cats in them. Yeah, how does that work? It is the expression of a certain... I'm trying to remember accurately. You'd be able to look it up and understand it much better, but basically the expression of the certain gene is what determines a cat's coat. And a white cat is basically what happens when that gene runs out. Thus, like, sometimes, you know, people make the joke, it's like, oh, mom's printer ran out of ink. That is actually technically accurate. So cats, like, you know, if we were gonna rate it in percentage, like black cats got like 99%. And then, like, you know, white cats got like 5% or something like that. And I forget exactly how that results in different coat patterns, but yeah, essentially, all cats start out as black cats. And I mean, you can see it a little. If you ever look at a black cat in sunlight, sometimes some of them have very faint, like, tabby stripes. Like, it's still technically, like, it's black on black kind of thing, but... there is something called a nonsense stop gene, and that tells the gene to stop replicating there. Yeah, it's something like that. If you're curious, you can definitely look it up. I may have remembered it incorrectly. But yeah, that's essentially it. They all start out as black cats, and then through the wonders of genetics, poof. And you know, that's how even when you have like purebred cats, you can get like a variety of expressions of like the coat patterns and stuff. Even in a case like, you know, where it doesn't match both parents, and it's because of that. Because, like, you know, with, we'll call them, like, you know, runt or, like, you know, stray cats and stuff. Like, technically, a litter of kittens can have multiple fathers, and that can determine why, like, you know, Mama Cat gave birth to, like, you know, like a whole rainbow of kittens. But on the other hand, it comes down to the coat stuff. So yeah, our lovely tuxedo cats, like our Mr. Socks or Mr. Boots or whatever, technically they were black cats. And then they half ran out of ink. Like the printer got jammed or something. Lots of fun cat facts. I have so many. So many. There's also like a theory I read at some point that a lot of black cats, like black cat breeds, are connected to Siamese cats. And that's why a lot of black cats have those really colorful personalities. Because Siamese cats are also super vocal. And both my cats are super vocal. Like, I've had conversations with them. Like, I'll literally be in the bathroom washing my face, and then Mogu comes like, meow, and I'm like, uh-huh. What's up? Oh, no way. Okay. Okay. So what do you want me to do about it? Like, if I keep talking, she keeps responding. And, like, her meows vary in intensity and pitch, so clearly she's communicating something. What kind of cat would I be? Ragdoll. That was my favorite type of cat growing up. Alright, the brick. So it's the brick. Oh, excuse me. One sec. Peh. I've been sneezing so much today, and my eyes have been really watering. Even though I've got the humidifier going, 'tis the season. A cat must have pushed the brick off a high shelf. Possible. Not as crazy as you would think. They probably took it somewhere nearby, huh? So the victim was carrying a camera. Thank you for the clip. Oh, you're welcome. Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are. Well, I say that's pretty conclusive. Like, oh, yeah, why was the journalist murdered? Well, he literally caught them in the act. That certainly is a pick. Literally, the only way this could have been better is if, Mr. Journalist caught the face of the person holding the gun. But yes, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll probably be wrapping up within the hour anyway. In a perfect world, I wanted to do a long stream and get through even more of this game, but I'm sneezing, my nose is starting to run, my body's like, for the love of God. It's too dry in here. Good old winter. It's the president, right? And somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Mr. Alldown witnessed. So, the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper? Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. Yeah, they look very conspicuous. I certainly wouldn't follow them around if I was a photojournalist looking for a scoop. Oh! Wait. I just remembered Rosie Ringer had a lover who was a photojournalist who died while he was investigating something. So I imagine it was this guy? Because there's no such thing as coincidences in the Ace Attorney universe. The person wearing that trench coat is Warden Legalt. How come they only found one picture? He probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. God, the flash. You gotta turn off the flash, people. Use the aperture and the f-stop to make it so you can see things in the dark even without flash. If y'all don't know what that is, look it up in more detail. It's been quite a while, but basically there are 3 things you can modify with, like, DSLRs to, adjust the quality of the photos. So one is the f-stop, which, if I remember correctly, is how fast the shutter fires? Hang on. Oh, it's the size of the aperture. So, like, how much light comes into the camera is the f-stop. And then it's, shutter speed, obviously, or, like, my god. What is it called? Short for focal ratio. Ah, that's it. There we go. It's ISO, shutter speed, and aperture. I could not remember the last one. But yeah, it's a triangle. You change one, it influences the other two. It's been a long time since I've used a DSLR, so I don't remember the full specifics of it. But yeah, using a combination of those three, you can technically take decent photos even in extremely low light conditions. Because obviously if you adjust the aperture so more light comes into the camera, then there's less of a need for a flash, right? Because then it's using more of the natural light. And like a really fast shutter speed is how they get photos, like sports photos, obviously. If I remember right, for low light photos, you want a high aperture and a low shutter speed to get as much light as possible. Yes, I was right! Let's go, I still remember. Use a wide aperture, increase your ISO to boost sensitivity, and use a slower shutter speed. Hee hee, I still got it. I do like taking photos, but Iduna is much more into it than I am. So when I finished journalism school, I gifted her my camera. Because I'm like, it's a little too fancy for me in my daily life. Do-do-do-do-do. All right. Oh, whoops! No! I pushed the wrong button! A cell phone. The cell phone must have belonged to the victim. Big old brick phone. I remember those. Ha! You're right. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. Crazy. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wana's here for some reason, and there's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... It looks like he's being... kidnapped? Anyway, probably nothing, but I thought you should... Calling your girlfriend. It's like, hey, Rosie, I found a scoop! What were those sounds at the end? Gosh, I wonder. He must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Long, can I ask you something? Mr. Alfdown's girlfriend. What was her name? Rainer. Rosie Rainer. At least that's what I heard. Well, well, well. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean... her revenge for what happened 12 years ago. So, seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. The plot thickens. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes the desire to steal treasures. Girl. Okay. You can't just make these things up. What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter. Huh. So what's it doing here? Good question. But indeed, we should examine the planters too. That must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's a stolen treasure. Hey, please. Girl. Okay. I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor. RIP. Alrighty. Hold on. I wanted to do a longer stream, but my voice is starting to go from the dry air. So we'll have to continue in the future. I mean, I would have loved to finish it today, but clearly we're nowhere close to ending. But that's okay. And boop, there we go. So tomorrow, we're playing Pokemon. We're going to play some Pokemon Legends, ZA. Change things up a bit. Give my voice a chance to rest. After reading all of this dialogue. So for now, that's gonna be it for me. Toko is playing some more Pretty Derby. Some more Uma Musume. That is perfect. Alrighty. Raid. Discord. And March if you're feeling fancy. Alrighty. That's gonna be it from me. I will see you guys tomorrow. But for now, that's it for me. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourselves. Wash your face. Brush your teeth. Eat a good food. And I will see you next time. Bye-bye.